What's poppin'? Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're live on the tube. Let's go, baby. What's good? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, 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 my friends. We're back. You guys missed me yesterday. I know. I got a bunch of messages. Everyone's like, where's Patrick at? Well, we're back. We're live on YouTube. We're doing it from Florida. All right, all right. What's poppin'? Today, the market dipping down here before open. We got a big gap fill to the upside. Let's see what happens. Possible gap fill back up here. You never know. The market's been wild, wild, wild. The dollar going straight up this morning. So that, I think that's why the ES, the NASDAQ, are been pulling back. But right now, kind of bouncing off the 40 area on the NASDAQ. The ES bouncing off the 92s. Going straight back up here at 9 a.m. this morning. The ETFs all kind of having some trouble below the VWAP. Everything basically below VWAP right now, below the 21 EMA. Got a couple things to look at today. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, subscribe button, do me one big favor, blow it up, baby. We're doing it. We're back. Show the support, show the love. Getting some volatility here, 9 a.m. Wow. Market up, down. It's like almost like it's open already, but it's not. We still got another 30 minutes here. The dollar popping, the dollar dropping, the ES popping, the ES dropping, the NASDAQ popping, the NASDAQ dropping. Okay. Pulling up the charts here. Let's dive into it, my friends. Right now on the 15-minute chart here with the NASDAQ right here, you got some pivot points down there, 320, 13,820 pivot point there on the NASDAQ, pushing back up towards the 50s right now. You can see overall this morning, pretty much since last night, pretty consistent sell-off here into the morning open on the NASDAQ right now. We got a pivot point there at the 880s. We had the high yesterday up there at the 979s. So we basically closed up here yesterday. Well, we closed yesterday here at this 940 level. The overnight high was that 980s, but the 940 level was basically, where did we close at exactly? I think we closed like right here. Yeah, we closed like right at that 924 area there yesterday. So that 940 area on the NASDAQ, resistance there yesterday, but we popped above it after hours. If we pull up the ES chart here, ES chart looking very similar. We had the high from the overnight. We had the move down. We got a pivot point there at the 87s. 4,187 pivot point there on the ES and that 4,200 area. We've basically been in this range, I feel like, forever, talking about that 4,200 area. We've got the FOMC minutes tomorrow. We got some numbers today. We got the house sales at 10 a.m. I think there's also some other numbers coming out, manufacturing PMI numbers at 9:45. So we got 9:45 numbers. We got 10 a.m. numbers. We got some numbers to think about today. And right now here on the ES, obviously just dipping down, down, down. And that key level, pretty much for the bulls, they want to get that thing back above 4,200 area. 4,200 area, that key level for the ES today. Just kind of keep an eye on that, I would say. Got to get above that 4,200 level. The high yesterday was 4,220. So I'm not expecting anything crazy today. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but definitely thinking that since the year is the FOMC minutes tomorrow, that we might get some kind of just choppy sideways action, or maybe we get a crazy move. Who knows? I really don't care if we go up. I don't care if we go down. All I care is if the market moves and we can make some money, baby. That's all we care about. We just want to make money. We're not here to be right. We're not here to predict which way the market's going to go. All we're here to do is buy and sell, baby. We sell, we buy, we sell, we buy. We don't care what happens. We're not bearish. We're not bullish. We're just here to make money. Remember, bears and bulls make money in the market. Pigs get slaughtered, baby. All right, all right. And yeah, that's the plan right now. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, let's blow it up. It's 9:05. We got another 25 minutes here till the market opens. Also, big news, Topstep got rid of a big rule. They previously had a rule. If you guys have ever been through the Topstep Combine, the rule was basically if you hit the max loss on the day, you would lose the account. The deal now is if you hit the max loss on the day, you don't lose the account. You just have to stop trading for the day, which is kind of a nice deal because at least it's like if you do have a bad day, you go on tilt, you lose it, you know, your motions, whatever. and you end up hitting that max loss on the day, well, at least you're able to continue trading the next day, right? You have to take a break, come back the next day, which is kind of nice. You come back the next day, not a bad deal. So Topstep with that new deal, they're also offering 30% off right now. There's a link down below or a link in the chat right now if you guys want to learn more. 30% off until I think the end of day on the 24th, like the 25th. So keep an eye on that. Also, if you're thinking about maybe signing up for another Combine account, like if you're already funded, you want to get some more Express funded accounts. Remember, you can trade 3 Express funded accounts now with Topstep. So just keep that in mind. Instead of think about, you know, hey, it's an option. 50% off or 30% off, not a bad deal. So if you guys want to learn more, hit that like button if you want to keep it going. Remember, the more likes, the more fun. The more likes, the more fun. Right now, the market just kind of sitting here right now, and we're looking at that 15-minute chart. The ES down there to the 90 area. That 90 area is going to be a key level. We got that pivot point at the 87s. Like I said, the bulls want to get this back above the 4,200s. 4,200 will be a key level for the bulls today. Will the bulls be able to push? We will be opening up with a gap on the SPY to the upside. A pretty big gap. Right now, we're at 417.58. The high or the close yesterday was like 418.85. So decent amount of like a dollar gap there on the SPY, and on the QQQ a little bit bigger. So the QQQ about a $2 gap there on the Qs. So right now the dollar pulling back. The dollar's been kind of rallying since like 8 o'clock this morning, and the overall market pushing up there into the 21 EMA on the smaller time frames. You see here right now on the 1-minute chart, that 21 EMA acting as a resistance there on the NASDAQ. The ES over here on the left kind of bouncing around that 90 area, that 21 EMA. You got the VWAP all the way up there at the 4,200s there on the ES. We got the VWAP all the way up there at the 13,900 level on the NASDAQ. So overall momentum to the downside so far this morning. We'll see what happens at open. Like I said, we do have numbers today. We got the 9:45 numbers, and then we got the 10 a.m. numbers today. So keeping that in mind here, we'll see how this plays out at open. Right now, that 90 area kind of needing to hold on the ES, and we'll see how this kind of looks on the book map right now. On the book map, most of the liquidity, like let's say kind of a battle right now, kind of liquidity spread out here. That 870 area sitting there with about 65 contracts. Liquidity sitting there like the 56s, 55s right now on the NASDAQ here. And if we look here on the ES, where the liquidity's at, most of the liquidity there at the 190 level, 366 contracts sitting there at the 190 level right now. So well, let's see what happens here at open, my friends. Got about another 11 minutes, so no rush, or 21 minutes. Nice and easy. Just waiting to see what happens here at open. Will the ES hold that 90 level? If the ES can hold that 90 level, I'd say we'd be looking good for that push up there to the 4,200s here at open. Get that possible push back up 4,200 area and try to maybe hit that VWAP. Hit the VWAP there on the ES today. We'll see. Let's go. All right, all right. Yeah, so VWAP, like I said, up there 13,900 on the NASDAQ right now, and then the 4,200 level there on the ES. So 2 VWAP ideas. The dollar breaking to the downside right now, kind of was trending up and now pulling back. So showing some weakness on the dollar should help the overall market right now. Need to get that NASDAQ kind of back above the 50s here, and then possibly try to push back up there into the 60s right now. But just kind of sitting there below the 21 EMA here on the ES right now. And then that 90 level, that key level right now, that 90s. You got that big buyer there on the book map. Big buyer on the book map there. So we'll see how she plays out right now. We'll see. Can we push back up here on the NASDAQ today? NASDAQ 35 liquidity, 55s, and then after that up there at the 70s. So 66 contracts sitting up there at the 70s right now on the NASDAQ. The ES trying to hold that 90 level here. So Like I said, both the SPY and the QQQ opening up to the downside today. Still a little bit of a gap to the upside. The dollar pulling back right now, but kind of chopping around. Dollar showing some strength today. And like I said, numbers 9:45 and then 10 a.m. numbers. And then tomorrow we're going to have the FOMC meeting, or not FOMC minutes. FOMC minutes tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock, FOMC minutes. The market could. All right, back. All right, back. Oh my gosh, that was a nightmare. Can't. I think it's good. I think we're back. God, what the hell, man? For some reason, my computer just froze and just totally stopped working. I'm back. I'm alive. Right now, the ES and the NASDAQ selling off there, dipping down once again. What a time to be alive. So going into open right now, we got about another 14 minutes here till open. Market just keeps selling off here. We're kind of bouncing off of that low from Monday right now on the NASDAQ here. Same thing with the ES. ES needs to get back above that 90 level here for the bulls. Right now, trouble in paradise. Trouble in paradise right now. My trend line breaks. There you go. My settings. Pay me $5. Pay me $5 now. Pay me more money. Pay me $20. Give me all your money. Just kidding. Just kidding. Relax. All right. So right now we're below the 21. I mean, this market just keeps on selling down here. Just cannot find any buyers right now. The market don't want to bounce here, it says. We got a pivot point there on the NASDAQ down at the 815s now. So 815 pivot, will that be support? Market just continues to sell here. You see the ES down there below the 90s right now. So the ES in trouble here. The bulls are just not stepping in this morning. There's a pivot point there, 4,187 on the ES now. So let's see if they're going to step in there, try to hold that pivot there, the 87s on the ES now. That 21 EMA at the 91s just continuing to sell down. Little bounce there, that 87 support coming in there from that pivot point. Will they hold it? Still got the VWAP all the way up there, the 200s on the ES now. We got the NASDAQ trying to push back up there as well. That 21 EMA sitting there. We got about 11 minutes till market open. 11 minutes. On the book map right now, that 870 level still sitting up there on the book map now. So for the NASDAQ, the ES 85, 520 contracts sitting there at the 85s right now. So got some support there. And then after that, you got 77s down there. 77 to the downside here for the ES. Big chunk of liquidity down there after the 85. So we lose that 85 support here at open. I think we'll go down there, test that 77 next. There's a pivot point on the ES down there at the 70s, 4,170 level on the ES. So let's see what happens here going into open now. We got about 10 minutes. Like I said, we got 9:45 numbers, we got 10 a.m. numbers, and then on tomorrow at 2 p.m. we have the FOMC minutes. So lots of stuff going on this week. We got the debt ceiling. Yesterday, somebody made a fake AI picture of the Pentagon explosion, and that's why the market made that big dip out of nowhere. It's a crazy world we're living in. AI taking over, baby. Watch out. I don't know. Everybody, have you not seen Terminator? Do we not know how this ends? We all know how the AI kills all the humans. Like it's already been talked about. We know exactly how this plays out. I don't know why we're even wondering, like, hey, I wonder what would happen if we create a supercomputer AI program that can have all the information in the entire world. What would that program want to do? I don't know. I wonder if we've ever seen a movie. Has anybody ever seen a movie that has a possibility of like what could possibly happen? I don't know. Think about it. Like, hey, Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, come on. How is Arnold Schwarzenegger not like literally just up in arms? He's already fought off the Terminator once. And now what? Now we're doing it again. Now we're creating more AI. Come on, Skynet. Let's go. I mean, come on, people. It's not even a question of what's going to happen. We already know. We've already experienced this. I've watched it on the movie theater. I literally watched exactly how this plays out already. I know the future. I don't know why everyone else is so confused. Like, I wonder what could possibly happen. I don't know. Let's make a supercomputer that's going to take over the world, make everybody happy. No, it won't. It's going to kill everybody. Come on. Use your brains. Use your brains, people. Don't use the AI. Ban AI. Ban AI. I'm from the future. We must ban the AI now. But really, though, think about it. It's kind of like crazy. Kind of crazy to think about. We already know how this plays out. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, let's go, baby. Right now, the NASDAQ, everything's selling off here into open. We got about 7 more minutes. Let's see what happens here at open. It's been nothing but sell, sell, sell since last night. Like midnight, the market's only gone down. So will we get a relief bounce here? That's a lot of selling for pretty much non-stop selling since midnight last night. The AI is selling. The AI is selling. Imagine what if the AI that created the Pentagon photo, what if it was like the AI shorted the market and then made the photo and then made money, and now it's using that money to build its own superhuman army. Think about that. $500 billion or something got wiped out like in literally minutes. So what if the AI is literally shorting the market, making money, and then gonna use it to build an army? I think it's very possible. True story. Think about it. Think about it, people. You think I'm crazy, but what if I'm right? The AI is building nuclear bombs. It's going to pay some little Chinese person to build a nuclear bomb for it. And then it's going to launch it. and kill everybody. See? It sounds crazy, but really it's not. I've seen it in a movie. I've already seen it in a movie. If it's in a movie, it's got to be possible, right? Like if it's in a movie, it's 100% possible because we already dreamed it. We already created it. It's like we manifested it. We have manifested Terminator. Any day now, Arnold Schwarzenegger is going to come from the future and say, hey, get in the chopper, Patrick. Get in the chopper. That's literally what he's going to say. Serious. He's coming for us. Coming for us all. Market just nonstop sell, sell, sell. We just cannot get a bounce here today. No bounces. The NASDAQ, the ES continuing to sell down here. The NASDAQ a little bit weaker than the ES right now. The ES sitting there at the 88s. The NASDAQ just down, down, down. I think the AI is shorting the market. I'm pretty sure, guys. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening right now. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. 9:25. We got 5 minutes here. It would be really funny if at the market open, we just rip straight up and fill that gap here. We'll see. The SPY, ES, both needing to push back up 338 on the, well, actually 330. Yeah, 338 level on the QQQ would be the pushback up here for the ES, NASDAQ. Try to push back up, fill that gap possible. But right now, just a lot of selling pressure coming through there. Literally just all night long, we've been selling here. You can see the 15-minute chart here on the NASDAQ just going downtown, baby. That pivot point there at the 815s, the next kind of psychological level. We bounced off this level yesterday as well. So yesterday at 7 a.m., the market bounced off of this level. So now we'll see what happens with that 30s now on the NASDAQ. Will this be the bottom of the move down? We start to push back up, fill that gap today. We'll see. The ES needs to get back above that 190 level at open here. And then you got that 4,200 pivot point up there to the upside. But right now, let's see what happens here. There's that bounce right now off of this kind of low from yesterday at 7 a.m. Bounce like NASDAQ back up there to the 34s here. And if we look at the ES right now, ES on the 15-minute chart here, bouncing there off the 87 pivot again. So let's see how this plays out, baby. Got about 3 minutes here, 3 minutes till the market opens. If you guys want to learn more about the Market Flow Trader, you can see Sage is in Market Flow Trader community right now, popping off with some ideas and some trades and all that fun stuff. So that'll be, Sage will be in there kind of talking with the crew and making things happen here today. There's the links down below if you want to learn more. But right now, just kind of some ideas Sage is posting up there and talking about the plan today. So we'll see how this plays out at open. Right now, the ES needs to kind of hold that 87 level here. We'll see what happens. If the ES can hold the 87 low, try to push back above the 90s. We'll see if that possible gap fill back to the upside here, but it has been nothing but sell, sell, sell. We'll see what happens at open. Maybe magically the buyers just decide to start coming in here at open. They haven't been showing up this morning so far, so let's see. The next pivot point there on the QQQ is 335.09 for the QQQ. 335.09 QQQ here. We'll see if it'll find some support here. Kind of below that pivot point there, the 336s on the QQQ. Right now, bouncing there off the 87 pivot for the ES. We got about 1 minute till the market opens. 1 minute. Will the bears get their face ripped off here? Will the bulls get pummeled? We'll find out. Will there be a stampede for that open for the sellers, or will the buyers come in here? We got about 30 seconds, my friends. 30 seconds. Let's get it going. We got the 21 EMA to get back above for the NASDAQ. We're sitting right there. The ES really needs to reclaim that 90 level, I would say, here at open. So let's kind of see how this plays out. Here we go. Like I said, 9:45 numbers and then 10 a.m. numbers today. So a couple numbers to think about. Keep in mind here. Those 10 a.m. numbers are housing sales, and I think the manufacturing PMI number is at 9:45. And here we go. Market is now open. Little choppy action right here. Wilder waiting to see if there's going to be some buyers stepping in here to try to buy this dip, or are we going to sell down? Right now, selling. Very volatile here right now. Buyers and sellers are battling on the book map right here. You can see lots of crazy action on the book map here. Will the buyers find some support here? Right now on the ES, sitting there, 85s support right now. The NASDAQ still dipping. They need to do something here. Will that 85 support hold? They're selling into that 85s right now. You lose 85, I think we go 77s next. Need to hold that 85 level here on the ES. The NASDAQ trying to bounce off the lows. The ES trying to hold up here. That 85, 86 level for the ES for the ES right here. NASDAQ starting to push back up here a little bit quicker. Getting back above that 21 now on the NASDAQ. Up there to the 840s. The ES still not moving off of that 85s right now. They can just hold that 85, 86 level. Look at the NASDAQ ripping. The bears are getting their faces ripped off right now. The NASDAQ up there to the 50s, straight up. Beautiful move here. See if I can push up there. Right now, the NASDAQ looks pretty good for a possible push up there even more. If the ES starts pushing through the 90s, I think the NASDAQ can go all the way 60s or higher here. 60s or higher. 55 so far. And we push up there to the 60s. Need that need the ES to get back above 90s, and the NASDAQ pushes through. And she's squeezing up there almost to 60s, 55s. Looking pretty good for that push of the 60s here on the NASDAQ now. And there we go, up there through the 60s. Next up, 70 level. What a move. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I bought that dip this morning. You know, I like that possible gap fill there. Once those buyers came in on the NASDAQ, it was off to the races. Didn't have to ask me twice. Possible gap fill here. Will the NASDAQ show more strength? Push up through the 70s next. We'll see what happens here. Remember, we got numbers coming out 9:15 and 10 a.m. today. Little pullback here. The ES pushing up there through the 90s now. Little pullback on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's got 70 liquidity sitting up there. On the book map right now. On the book map here. ES up there through the 90s. The NASDAQ up there through the 60s. And then most of that liquidity up there, 13,900 here on the NASDAQ now. So can they get more? Really want to see the ES keep pushing, take the NASDAQ with it. NASDAQ up there, the 60s. Who's leading right now, the NASDAQ or the ES? $1 million question, my friends. Both the NASDAQ and the ES squeezing up here at open. Right now, bouncing off the 21 right now there on the ES. Trying to hold that 90 level. The NASDAQ's got a bunch of liquidity at the 70s, so that 70 area should act as a magnet here and squeeze up there to the 70s. We'll see. Get the NASDAQ back above 60s, go right to the 70s possible. Pushing up there to the 60s now. Can they go to the 70s here? I think it can. I think it can. I think it can. 65's pushing up there. Almost 70s. Needs 5 more points there on the NASDAQ. The ES having a little bit of trouble. The NASDAQ pushed up there towards the 70s. Need the ES to continue pushing here. Right now, the NASDAQ having trouble to squeeze through the 70s with the the ES pulling back, pulling down the NASDAQ right now. So like to see this push up their 70s quickly, right through the 60s again. For the NASDAQ to squeeze through here. Remember, we got numbers at 9:45 here. 9:45 numbers. The NASDAQ trying to push up there through the 60s. A little bit of trouble right now. The ES holding us back. ES is not getting that push through the 90s all the way, but the NASDAQ still kind of bulling out here. Can they push it all the way through the 70s next? The NASDAQ getting tight, tight, tight. Getting tight here on the 1-minute chart. The ES sitting there right below the 90s right now. The NASDAQ below the 70s here. Got the VWAP still on the NASDAQ up there at the 87s. And the VWAP for the ES up there at the 200s. 4,200 on VWAP. Really need to save this move right here for the ES to push back up if they're going to do it. So the ES going sideways right now. We got numbers coming out here at 9:45 and then 10 a.m. numbers, housing sales at 10 a.m. today. So right now pushing up there, QQQ bouncing off that 336 level. And right now trouble. All that liquidity is still sitting up there at the 70s on the NASDAQ right now. You can see here on the book map, still a lot of liquidity up there at the 70s. Will we take it out? All that liquidity. You see they're trying to push it back up there above the 50s now. The ES holding there at the 88s. The NASDAQ needs to push. That 70 level sitting there like a magnet right now. Remember, the market's moving through liquidity. Liquidity, loquidity. You like liquidity? Liquidity. Both the ES and the NASDAQ starting to push back up here. The 70 level there on the NASDAQ right now, acting as a magnet. Not much liquidity to the upside here on the ES right now, actually. Except for the VWAP up there at the 98s, 200 level. For the ES. That 870 level still there on the NASDAQ. Showing some strength here. Get this possible push through the 70s next on the NASDAQ. If the ES can start to push up here, you got the ES trying to push back up there on the 15-minute chart. You got this overall kind of downtrend to get above that 92 level on the ES. The NASDAQ back up there to that 62s. Possibly breaking out here towards that 70s next on the NASDAQ. Got 890 up there next. Through the 70s to the 90s next. Looking very possible right now. There's that 70 level sitting there on the book map, like the magnet we were talking about earlier. 70s just sitting there. And the ES trying to push up there 91, 92s. ES there at the 91s right now. Like I said, VWAP up there 98. So will they push through the VWAP next? Up to the VWAP. Right now, the QQQ holding there at the 336s, and the SPY still got more room to run, possibly to the upside to fill that gap from the overnight gap down. I think they might just be holding it here until these numbers come out, 9:45 numbers, and then 10 a.m. 10 a.m. housing sales, housing sales, sales for housing. We want to sell some houses. $70 still there on the book map for the NASDAQ. And about 30 seconds till those numbers come out here. I think it's manufacturing PMI numbers, and then 10 a.m. is the housing sales. Housing sales? Sales for housing. Housing for sales. The tongue twister. It's a tongue twister, my friends. Right now, that 21 EMA acting as support here, both on the NASDAQ and on the ES. And there's the numbers. Getting some volatility there. We're up, we're down, we're up. Oh, baby. Where's she gonna go? Where's she gonna go? Well, lots of volatility right here. Market looks like it wants to go higher. On the book map right now, all that 70 liquidity still sitting there. 68 contracts, 70 contracts for the NASDAQ. The ES looking pretty good for a possible push up there to the 95s next. On the book map right now, that 95 liquidity sitting there. So the ES breaking out to the upside, the NASDAQ kind of lagging right now. If the ES can push up here through the 95s next, NASDAQ will, I think, would break through 70s there. 92.75 for the ES to try to push up. At 93s next here on the ES, that 95 level. Get through that and then try to push up their 98s towards the VWAP. The SPY pushing up there, 417.64. We're going. Need to get through this level next. The NASDAQ kind of lagging right here. Will they break? 65 sitting there heavy right now. Might have to wait for the housing numbers to come out here. The battle is real. The NASDAQ getting tighter and tighter right here. The ES having trouble. The NASDAQ tight, tight, tight. Everything's so tight right now. Look at this price action here. Definitely looking at a bull flag though. Just gets above that high on that candle right there was 66.75. They're trying. They keep coming in there heavy right now on the NASDAQ at the 65. Look at this on the book map right now. Big old seller just pop up there. 146 contracts at 65 there. What does that mean? The ES trying to push up there 93s. NASDAQ's holding up here, even with that big seller at the 65. So I don't think it can get any tighter. It cannot get any tighter right now, my friends. 65's just sitting there. They hit it again. 65's got tapped, pulled back here. The ES up there to the 95s now. Let's go. 94.50s here on the ES. The ES trying to push through 95s next. What did I say? 95s. Ching! I need a button where you ching. Money, 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 money for everybody. And then after that 95 level, we got the 98s coming up there next. I don't see how the NASDAQ doesn't break out of this spot right here after the ES is going up now. Look at the NASDAQ here, both the ES and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ just stuck there at 65s. The ES up there are the 95s now. We got 10 a.m. numbers coming here, housing numbers at 10 a.m. And the NASDAQ still just sitting there at 60s. All in on NASDAQ. Everybody just all in. Obviously, I'm kidding. Do not. This is not financial advice. Do not. Abort. I'm kidding. I would think that the NASDAQ wants to push through here. I mean, just it's looking very much like it wants to go. I might be wrong, but I might be right. 65s, just got to get through that 65 seller, and then we go. Once again, right up there to the 60s again. Wow. How are they not breaking through this? Get out of the way, 65s. Get the fuck out the way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way. Come on, that's what you got to sing the song, you know? There's that seller gone now. There we go, baby. We're pushing. Up there through the 70s. Like I said, NASDAQ wanted to go. Look at this thing. Let's go, baby. Look at the ES up there to the 97s right now. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained at this point? Ay, 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 papi. Look at this thing. The ES right up there almost to the VWAP now. Just like we said. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to see that VWAP sitting there and thinking, hey, where's a good possibility of pushing up to here? Well, I would think maybe possibly the VWAP, Patrick. Well, there it is. Right now, trying to push up there through the 70s. The NASDAQ's still kind of lagging here, just not getting through this 70 level strong. May have to wait for these housing numbers to make this final move here. There's a lot of liquidity at the 900s right now, 13,900 level on the NASDAQ, so we'll see what happens. So the ES pushed up there to the VWAP. The NASDAQ got stuck at the 70s. It pushed up there to a high of, I think, like 71, 72s there on the NASDAQ, but still got more room to go to fill that gap on both the SPY and on the NASDAQ here. Right now, the SPY up there to the 418 level. The QQQ just looking like a massive bear bull flag, trying to push up there. We got about 8 minutes here. I gotta go to the bathroom. Are we? Like I said earlier, Topstep is now getting rid of the daily, I want to say the daily loss limit, but they're getting rid. It used to be if you hit the daily loss limit, like let's say you have a $3,000 daily loss limit, you would lose the account. You'd have to reset and start over. But now with the new deal, basically, you don't lose the account. You just can't trade the rest of the day. You can always reset if you want to keep trading, but if you just want to wait, walk away, I think it's a nice thing because it's like if let's say you go on tilt, you have a bad day, whatever, you get emotional, you hit your max loss, at least you don't lose the account. You can just walk away, come back the next day and keep trading. You know, as long as you don't hit the like max loss on the like the trailing max loss, but at least you're not hitting that max loss on the day, which is nice. So I think that'll give people a lot more, more confidence. So just at least like, hey, you know, if I do fuck up, if I do something wrong, at least I'm not going to lose my account, especially if you're funded, which is nice. Because if you're funded and you somehow, let's say you leave an order open or something, and you somehow hit the max loss in the day, worst come to worst, you're just going to get stopped out and then you got to walk away for the day. So Topstep's offering 30% off until I think the 25th here. So you got a couple days. They've got the multiple express funded accounts as well. So if you guys want to learn more, links down below. Check them out. Links in the chat and all that stuff. So the market trying to push back up here right now through the 70s again. The NASDAQ still just cannot get going here, really, I think. There we go. Through the 70s now. Beautiful. Let's go all the way. Get out of that. Let's go to the 80s here, baby. Go to the 80s here, baby. Let's go straight to that 80 level. Got the VWAP sitting there at that kind of, oh my, 7. They're just, someone is loading up short right now on this, or they're trying to just dump from earlier or something. I don't know. There's just a lot of selling pressure here on the NASDAQ. A lot of selling pressure right now. There's 75 liquidity sitting there now, once again. Some good volatility here, though. Up there to the 70s. '75's on the book map, just sitting there right now. Oh, there we go, baby. Are you guys not entertained? Are you guys? I'm entertained. I'm very much entertained right now. Loving life. Just loving the life we're living, baby. We got these numbers coming out. 4 minutes. 4 minutes till the numbers. If you guys want to learn more about the market flow trader community, you can see right here in the chat right now. Talking about some setups and some trades and all that fun stuff. Sage is in the chat pretty much every morning now, going through talking about ideas and setups and what to be looking for. And yeah, got over I think we got 456 people in the market flow trader community now. So it's popping off. And if you guys want to learn more, there's links down below. So we got about 3 minutes here. 3 minutes until the 10 a.m. numbers, baby. 10 a.m. numbers. And you can see there on the 15-minute chart, pushing up there towards that 4,200 level. We're kind of just marching our way up there slowly but surely, trying to fill this gap here from the overnight. What did I say? What did I say? The bears getting their faces ripped off once again. They got too cocky. You know, the bears overnight were like, oh, finally the market's gonna go down. And then at open, it's just like, whee, straight back up. You gotta love it. I mean, we're pretty much just in a massive range, you know? That's the issue. People, like, if you really look at the charts, I mean, we're literally just in one big range for the last, like, what, 2 or 3 months now. I mean, it's just been pretty much sideways action for months now. Like, if you look at the daily chart right here. I mean, that was back in September of 2022. Pretty much between that 4,200 level and 3,800 here on the ES. If you get rid of the pivot points here and just look at this thing. I mean, we've pretty much, like, if you think about it, like, we've pretty much just gone sideways there since the end of 2022. Right? I mean, like, we've just gone sideways. So, yeah. Crazy world we live in. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, help me out. We got 2,000 people watching. #1 day trading channel on YouTube. We're doing it live. Let's see what happens here. We got numbers coming out. Numbers coming out here in about 30 seconds. 30 seconds till the numbers come out. Got 30 seconds till the numbers come out. Like my singing? I'll be here all day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like to sing. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. I counted a little too quick. 3, 2, 1. The numbers. No, I think my clock is wrong on my computer. How do I fix my clock on my computer? There we go. Numbers are out. Housing sales. Housing sales. The ES, the NASDAQ popping up there right now. I got the VWAP to get through next. We got pushed right up there to the VWAP now. Lots of volatility here. Both the VWAP on the NASDAQ and the ES. It's funny. I mean, I don't want to say I told you so, but we talked about this morning, that idea of possibly trying to push up there to the VWAP when we are all the way down here at the lows on the ES now. So about a 10 handle move. Not the biggest move ever, but still a pretty good idea of kind of, hey, what should we be looking for today? Well, you'd be looking for that VWAP push. So the NASDAQ and the ES both having some trouble there at the VWAP for now. Let's see if they're going to make it push through next. You got to push it, baby. Push it real good. That 80 level on the book map right now for the NASDAQ. Get through that 80 level, and then you got the 13,900s up there next. 13,900 up next. Was hoping for more of an explosion there. Still just kind of chopping around here. Like I said, tomorrow is going to be the FOMC minutes. So we could just expect, you know, I wouldn't expect anything too crazy today. If you're sitting here right now and you're like just battling the markets, maybe you're red on the day, whatever it is, keep that in mind. You got to think about these things, right? You got to like emotionally think about this of like, man, like today is not the day where you want to be battling and trying to make back losses and like trying to hit home run trades. Today is definitely not a home run trade type of day. Especially like anytime, anything to do with the FOMC minutes or FOMC meeting or anything like that, like the day before is not the day to hit home run trades. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those days to be conservative. It's one of those days to like kind of scale back, not worry about like, hey, you don't have to hit home run trades every day. Today is not the day. You know, sometimes I've never played baseball, but the way I would think about it is like sometimes you go out to hit, you know, you walk out to hit a ball, you know, out to what is that? The first base? No. Home plate. You go out to the home plate, right? Think of it like this. If you walk out to the home plate and you know that the pitcher is throwing you curveballs and he's going to be really fucking with you, what are you going to do? You're not going to try to swing for the fences. You're just going to try to hit the ball and get on first base. Right? Like, think about it like that. I think that's a really good analogy, actually. If you walk onto the home plate and you see that you have a pitcher who's throwing curveballs and throwing all types of trick plays on you, what are you going to do? You're going to scale back. You're going to be like, all right, I just need to all I got to do is get on to first base. So I'm not going to fucking try to hit a home run here. And that's the same thing with the markets, right? When you look at the market the day before FOMC, the day before big numbers, whatever is going on in the market, you got to think like, hey, today is a day where I probably don't want to try to swing for the fences. I want to take quick profits. I want to get in, I want to get out, and maybe just fucking walk away. So that's something you got to be thinking about. Not every day is going to be a home run trade type of day. And people are so like quick to be like, hey, all right, I want to make a home run trade. Like, well, you might not have an opportunity. This market's throwing curveballs, right? It's throwing curveballs at us. It's like curveball, curveball, curveball. So what do? We're like, fuck you, all right? I'm gonna hit a little base run. I'm gonna get to first base and I'm gonna walk away because I don't care. Like, I'm not trying to always hit home run trades. Tomorrow, after the minutes come out, end of day, yeah, we might have some good action. That would be a day to really kind of swing for the fences. But until then, like, look what we're seeing. The market's not giving us the opportunities. The market's not throwing fastballs. It's fucking throwing curveballs right now, right? It's doing, I mean, it's just kind of chopping right here. So Like mentally, I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm going for first base. I'm just trying to get on base. I'm trying to get on the base. Just put me on the base, coach. Put me on the base. All right? Not fighting it. I'm always trying to hit the home fucking runs. There's days where you're going to make $10,000 of profit. And then there's days where you're going to make $1,000 and you're going to go, hey, making $1,000 today was a good day. Making $1,000 tomorrow when the market goes up 100 points, maybe not so good of a day. It's still a good day, but like, you just got to really kind of always be thinking like, hey, some days I'm totally fine taking easy profits, walking away, not trying to force it. And then when I know there's a good setup, when I know we're looking for like a good move, we got numbers, we got news, whatever it is, something that's really going to drive the market higher. Well, that's when I want to hit the fucking home run trade, my friends. That's the day where I want to hold on to my trade. That's the day where I want to crush it, right? That's when I want to hit the fucking home runs. There's my spiel of the day for you. We're live. We're live. I don't know. I think the longer that I trade, the more that I trade, the longer I've been doing this, I get to a point where I'm like, I become more and more realistic, right? When I was a new day trader, I used to always just fucking swing for the fences. Every single trade that I took, I was like, this is the trade that I'm going to get rich on. I'm going to make so much money on this trade. And now, like, I've been doing it for 7 years, and I know that if I have that feeling, if I get into a trade and I'm like, oh man, this is going to be a home run trade, it's almost 99% of the time not a home run trade. It's always like the days where I'm like, all right, like it's a good setup. Like if I get a good setup and I see there's good potential for a move, okay, cool. Like that's great. I can take my trade, I can make the money, but like trying to always fucking swing for the fences, it's going to do is just mentally like expend you. Like you're going to spend so much energy trying to swing for the fences. Like it's a lot of energy to constantly like be fighting the market, constantly be trying to get huge home run trades. And you're going to get burnt out. You're going to mentally just blow up. You're going to, on one day, you know, like if I was live on YouTube, you guys would just see my, what? You'd be like, what just happened? Did he just blow up? I would literally just blow up. I would just implode, you know? What's my most profitable trade ever? I don't fucking know. Like, I honestly, like, you ask any really good trader what their most profitable trade ever was, and I would say 99% of those traders don't remember, they don't care, they don't think about it. I don't sit around thinking like, man, 2 years ago, I made $20,000 on one trade. You know what I do think about though, is I think about the bad trades. I think about the worst trades I've ever made, that's for sure. I think about like that one time I fucking tried to short the NASDAQ as it was going straight up and I kept adding and adding and adding. And then I'm like, oh my God, I've lost everything. You know what I mean? Like you don't like people as a day trader, like you don't sit here and think about like all the money that you made. You think about like the really bad trades where you like emotionally just went on tilt. Because the good trades, if you make a good trade, like it's just part of the plan, right? Like you followed your setup, you entered the plan, you got in, you got out. Like it's very, like there's no emotion to it. You enter the trade, you take profit, and then you're like, hey, that was perfect. I did what I needed to do. But if you have a bad trade, there's probably a lot of emotion attached to that bad trade, right? Like there's a lot of emotion because you're probably like, you're sitting there the whole time and you're like, oh my God, it's going down. I'm in the red. I'm losing. Like there's way more emotion attached to a losing trade than the emotion of winning. It's funny because, you know, I've experienced like my whole entire life, I've experienced a lot of winning and a lot of losing, like a lot of bad things, you know, like as fortunate as I've been in life, I've also experienced like a lot of, you know, trauma and a lot of bad things. And I look back and at like all the good stuff that's happened, and I don't really like, you don't think about the good stuff. You don't like, you think about the bad. I know it's like, that's kind of, I guess, human instinct, but like you kind of just, the bad stuff is like what makes you, you know, like the shit that you go through, the fucking trauma, the bad shit, you know, like sitting in jail for fucking 9 days staring at the wall. That was some fucking traumatic shit. That I think about. Like, I'm like, fuck, 9 days of staring at a wall. That was pretty traumatic. But then I think about like, oh, that one time I went on a yacht for 10 days in the Caribbean and had the best time of my life. Like, I don't really think about that. But I fucking definitely think about the fucking 9 days of sitting in a fucking holding cell looking at the fucking wall. That was crazy. You know? Some crazy shit. So that's some crazy shit, man. Oh, the ES, the NASDAQ, the ES up there to the 95s. I mean, honestly, we crushed it so far this morning. I didn't hit a home run trade today, but I'm pretty happy with it either way. I feel like I did exactly what I needed to do. You know, I took a good trade this morning at open and then a couple little trades after that, and it was pretty easy. Nothing too crazy. Basically this morning from the 28s up there to the 62s on the NASDAQ. Let's go. Easy peasy mac and cheesy. Not trying to, I don't always have to hit home run trades. I mean, fuck, a 40-point trade. It's funny because I feel like a 40-point trade is like, it should be a home run trade, but it's at this point, I'm kind of like numb to it. I'm like, I'd expect 20 to 40 points as like an average trade, So I would say a home run trade at this point for me is like 100 points on the NASDAQ. If I can get 100 points on the NASDAQ, I'm like, hey, that was a home run trade. You get 100 points on the fucking NASDAQ, you hit a home run. Bang, bang, bang. Thank you, ma'am, So basically, we're just going sideways here. This is a great time to just kind of analyze what not to do. Should you trade this action right now? Maybe it goes higher, maybe it goes lower, maybe it goes sideways, right? Like there's just no clear direction. We are pushing higher, but what's the point? Well, like what is the point of this? Like, look at this. What's the point of trading this? Look at the NASDAQ. I mean, I don't want to trade that. You want to trade this? I don't want to trade that. I'd rather just walk away. Remember, guys, the whole point of day trading is to not work a 9-to-5 job. I know a lot of people, they start day trading because they want freedom. And then guess what they do? They become a fucking slave to the computers. If I think about it, if I walked away from the computer every day after trading for an hour, if I did that every day for the last 7 years, I would be way more profitable. 100%. I would be a much more profitable day trader if I would have just walked away on all the days where I told myself I should probably walk away. That's like your gut instinct, right? If you don't have that gut instinct, when you take a test, there's a saying, like you take a test, you look at the answers, right? You look at the 4 multiple choice answers. Normally, like pretty quickly, you can look at it and be like, you can kind of, okay, that's not the answer. That might be the answer. That's not the answer. That might be the answer. And then normally like that first choice that you make is, I would say it's like the best possibility. Like if you don't know the answer, that first choice that you make, is normally like your best bet, right? Like that's your best bet. Because then if you start sitting there and you're like, oh fuck, like you overthink it. If you start overthinking it, then you pick the wrong choice and then you end up losing. So it's like day trading. If you're sitting here and you're looking at it, you're like, man, this market's pretty shitty. It's going sideways. Like if you're telling yourself that mentally, and you're thinking like, man, I should probably walk away. Like you should probably fucking walk away. Like fucking walk away right now. And that's the biggest problem for new day traders is they do not like to walk away. People don't like to walk away because they think like they're going to have more of an advantage by sitting here trying to trade this crap. It's one thing. Okay, let's say you're going to sit here and maybe work on the computer or do something else, but like you just cannot sit here and try to trade every little move up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because like I said, you're going to just fucking blow a gasket. It's too much. You can only really be in the zone, for a few hours a day. And then after that, you got to take a break. You got to walk away, come back end of day, do something different. You just cannot sit there and try to like trade nonstop. I'm not telling you guys like this from just me making this up. Like this is coming from experience. I trade the NASDAQ and the S&P. It just depends. I've been trading the NASDAQ more often. I feel like I've been a little bit more kind of dialed in with the NASDAQ lately. But look at this. Still just going sideways here. I mean, this is a good example right now. Look at the 15-minute chart. If the 15-minute chart looks like this, you got a 15-minute candle. You got this 15-minute candle. I mean, should you trade it? I don't know. Personally, I think it's not a good trade there. But one thing to focus on here is, guess what? The old 15-minute breakout. We had our 9:30 candle. We had our open or close. This is the 15-minute opening range breakout there on the ES. It worked once again. From the 92s up there to the 97s, 5 points. Up there to the 98s. Fucking 5 points, baby. This is a free strategy we talk about all the time on the channel. It's not rocket science. There you go. You got the Lux Algo indicator on there. If you guys want to check out the Lux Algo indicator, there's a code. You see it down below there. 30% off of Lux Algo. This is basically the cool thing about the Lux Algo indicator, the price action concepts, is that it gives you just draws out all your trend lines. You see this trend line right here that it drew out, and, kind of identifies all this stuff for you, gives you the idea. Right now, the market pulling back into this chop zone. We're pulling back. Anytime we pull back into that first 15-minute opening range, I don't want to trade it. I just do not want to trade it. It doesn't, I'm not excited to trade that. Even though it's crashing, it's actually crashing down through here right now, but it's still what happens next? Do we bounce off this low here? Did the Pentagon get bombed again? Possibly. That was crazy yesterday. Someone made a lot of money off that. Somebody put that AI picture out of the bombing at the Pentagon, and they were short 100%. That's what's kind of crazy about it. Is that not fucking insider trading? That's some crazy thing to think about. But I do think possibly there's a good possibility that maybe it was the AI. It could be the AI. I'm telling you, they're trying to make the AI needs money to pay for nuclear bombs from North Korea. The AI is buying nuclear bombs from North Korea. I'm telling you. Think about it. The AI is so smart that it would be like, hey, I need $500 million. What I'm going to do is I'm going to short the NASDAQ. I'm going to put out a fake photo of a bombing at the Pentagon. I'm going to make $500 million. And then I'm going to pay for the nuclear bombs that I'm going to buy from North Korea. I'll have them shipped to somewhere, and then I'll just blow them up. I'm telling you, we're living in a crazy time, my friends. I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to do it. I do not want to do it. I don't want to be a part of this world anymore. Because I'm telling you, I already know how this ends. We already know. Everybody knows how this fucking story ends. The AI kills everybody. Over. Game over. And look at this chop right now. If you would have shorted this breakdown and you were holding for that move down, and then, whoa, look what happens. Right back up. No, thank you. I don't want it. Don't give it to me. I don't like it. I don't want it. Keone, if I'm trading the NASDAQ, I would say my stop loss is I try to keep it maximum 10, but I would obviously like it to be less. So I would say maximum 10. My goal would be 6 to 7 handles. For the stop loss on the NASDAQ. For the ES, my max, I'm trying to if I'm trading the ES, my max loss would be 5 handles, because my goal is to minimum make 5 handles. So my max loss can't be more than my goal. So I would say on the ES, 5 is max, but I would like to only risk 2 to 3. How much am I zoomed in on the book map? Not very zoomed in. Am I zoomed in? I don't know. A lot of liquidity there at the 85s, still sitting down there. That was there earlier. That 4,200 area is sitting there. Like I said, could I take a trade here? I don't, maybe. Is my target price the same as my stop loss on the NASDAQ? No. Wow. Did we turn off the members only chat? Who are all these brokies talking in the chat? I just looked at the chat and there's a lot of brokies in the chat. happened? Who turned off the members only? Who turned off the members only? What the fuck is this? Oh, man. You guys got no... I'm like serious though. Like you got no excuse. It's fucking $5 a month. $5 a month, guys. Literally, it's like 16 cents a day. Y'all are trying to day trade and make $1,000, but you're over here. Oh no, I can't afford the $5 a month. Sorry, Patrick. No, I can't. No, can't afford that, bro. I just lost $1,000 day trading in 1 hour, but I definitely cannot afford the $5 a month. No way. Too expensive. I can't believe you charge that much. I had a guy one time, he literally messaged me, like hits me up, he's like, hey, can I get a discount on the market flow trader community? I'm like, you want a discount? And he's like, yeah, you know, I've been day trading for like 5 years and I've only lost money. And I'm like, you've been day trading for 5 years and you've only lost money and you want a discount? That's what blows my mind. People have no problem fucking losing $1,000 in one day, but the idea of maybe spending $500 to possibly learn how to not lose money, they're like, nah. But if someone told them like, hey, do you want to make a bet? You want to take a trade? You want to take a trade that you might lose $1,000 on? They're like, yes, sign me up. How do I sign up for that? How can I lose $1,000 in 1 minute? I want that. I want to enter that trade. Call. Yeah, I want that. No problem. Let's do it. Sign me up for that trade. But the idea of like maybe spending $500 to actually learn how to trade, they're like, no, that's too expensive. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. If you guys want to learn more about the market flow trader community, what this is, very simple here. I'll show you guys what we're doing over here. We got the community, we got the team, we got everyone talking about some ideas and posting up trends, and you got Sage there talking about, I think he had a trade earlier. Sage talked about that move there. I think Edward Koo here crushing it there today. Yesterday, some amazing trades set up there as well. And then you basically we have the actual course itself. So you can go through the course here. I don't want to start the course. I want to just look at the course, start the course. So you can see some of the videos here. You know, we go through all my indicators, everything that I'm using, and you know, top to bottom, we talk about it all. I talk about my different strategies. It's all there. This is the lifetime deal as well. This is not the monthly, but you can see it's all there. All these are all setups. These are all strategies that I use every day. I look a lot better with hair. Look, put the hair back on my head. Put the hair back on my head. Well, yeah, I go through, I just break down everything for you guys. God, I look so much better with hair. My head looks weird with no hair on it. Looks weird, man. But yeah, we got that. I go through my whole entire process. So if you guys are losing, you know, $500 a day, you're losing $1,000 a day, whatever, people are losing money every fucking day. Well, maybe it's time to invest. Maybe it's time to take the next leap of faith, right? Let's learn how to do it the right way. We've got everybody in the chat just kind of breaking it all down. I break it all down here. I talk about, you know, my stop losses. I talk about the mental, the emotional, like this one video right here talking about moving. When do I move my stop loss? And I kind of just break it all down for you guys. So we go through the emotions, we go through the trading, we go through the setups. It's all there. Market flow trader community. All right. I think there's like literally probably 20 hours of high quality content for you guys. So if you want to learn more, there it is. Look, Steve can never say it enough. Thank you, Patrick Wieland. Let's go. $600 for Steve. Steve made $600 today. $600 for Steve. And he paid $500 for the course. He paid for the course in one fucking day. One day. One day. One day, my friends. The market, guess what? It's still going sideways. Look at that. Michael's up $720 today because of Sage. Who else is making money today? Who else is making money today? Money, 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 money. Michael, $720 a day. I mean, these guys are, people are literally making double what they paid for the course in one day sometimes. It's crazy. We had guys yesterday making thousands of dollars there. So if you want to learn more, you can call up Sage. Got the one-on-one. Look, David made $1,500 a day. Let's go. Let's go. So, you want to learn more? It's time. Stop losing. Start winning, my friends. I can't promise you're going to become a millionaire, but I can promise you that you're going to stop doing a lot of stupid shit. That'll help you. That alone, just learning to not do stupid shit trading will save you a lot of time and a lot of energy. You know, like that will literally save you a lot of time and a lot of energy. Miles is up $1,200 on the day. We got everybody just crushing it right now. Miles here, he's up 1,200. Let's go, Miles. Let's go. We got Brandon up $60 on his account. You can see everybody. We're going, baby. Let's go. David just said that the community is, see behind my head here. Look, Miles is up $1,200 a day. Took the gap fill on the NASDAQ. Bam, PW breakout. Let's go. The market still just kind of chopping around here. The ES out of the 15 minutes, back up. NASDAQ, back down, up, down, up, down. Don't go chasing waterfalls, my friends. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Listen to the Eminem, think them used to. I got people on Instagram sending me the PW setup right there. Look at that. Oh, getting the money this morning. Let's go. Let's go. The nice thing about my strategy is you don't have to study for years to learn this strategy. You literally just trade the momentum. You trade the moment. That's all we do. We trade the gaps. We trade the breakouts. You don't need to fucking study, you know, some crazy strategy, some crazy algorithm for fucking 15 years to learn how to day trade. You just literally just trade momentum. If the market wants to go higher, jump on, baby, get in. You can see right here, another little breakout right there. There's your entry. Off of that, push back up. Is it the best entry? I wouldn't have taken it, but hey, it's there. Your little 2 points. Get 2 points there. Whee! I don't love it. But like I said, there's days to walk away. There's days to stay. There's days to make money. And there's days to just protect your money. That's what you gotta think about. Every time you take a trade, you gotta ask yourself, like, is the risk worth it? If I take a trade right now, do I have an advantage? Like, if I trade this right now, do I have an advantage? Like, what am I gonna do here? What is my advantage to this? Well, like, what is this? What am I gonna do? Get long here? Get short here? Like, what's my fucking advantage? I don't have any advantage to this trade. There's no clear trend. We're stuck right there. I mean, what's the fucking point? This is where I don't want to be trading at. There's no actual advantage here. It's a 50-50. You might as well go to Vegas. You might as well go to Vegas and flip a coin at this point. It might go higher. It might go lower. There is nothing happening here. So why would I trade this? That's why you get, like, do you have an advantage? That's all you got to ask yourself. Do you have an advantage to get in and out at this point? Make money. Sometimes not taking a trade, like, you have two options. You can take a trade, you can take a losing trade, or you can not take a trade, right? 3 options, 2 options, take a trade, not take a trade. But either way, it's like, that's part of trading. Not taking it, knowing when not to trade is just as important as knowing when to trade. You know, just like, oh, I have a strategy, I make all this money. It's like, well, if you have a strategy, your strategy is not going to just constantly be every 5 minutes be a new setup. Because that's not a strategy. That's just gambling at that point. Right now, I have no advantage. I know my strategy works. I know that if I wait for my setup, I make easy money. Like, it's easy money if I wait for my setup, right? It's simple. It's easy. But right now, like, what am I gonna do? I don't want this. I don't want to do nothing with this. I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. You know, I don't want to touch that. No, thank you. I don't want none of that. All right, we got 30. I'm gonna stay live for 30 more minutes. If there's any members in the chat that have questions, this is your time to ask the questions. Let's go. What do you want? What you want? You got 30 minutes to pick my brain. We can talk about indicators, whatever is on the chart. Let me go. Let's do it. What you got? I am open for questions. I will not be mad if you ask a question either. When's the trading floor opening in Orlando? So I went yesterday and I looked at an office in a building over like downtown, and it was pretty funny. I told the guys, I was like, yeah, because they have glass, like all the offices are separated by glass. And I was like, guys, I don't think we could work here. They're like, why? I'm like, well, we might, I might get a little loud sometimes. Imagine if like me in an office with like 4 or 5 other traders, we're going to be yelling. We're going to be like, hey, 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 hey. We're going to be yelling up in there. It's not going to be like a quiet time. It's not going to be quiet time. So that's the issue. I got to find an office where I can not have to worry about pissing off my neighbors. Magnus, what's my email? It's patrick@marketflowtrader.com. Marketflowtrader.com. How am I? I'm good. I'm really good. I just signed a lease on a new house in Orlando, 3 bedrooms, 2-car garage. It's sick. I just bought a brand new fucking Ford Raptor. I went to the dealership. I put on there. They were like, how much money do you make a month? I was like, $100,000 a month, baby. And they were like, $100,000 from YouTube? I'm like, welcome to the party, baby. Welcome to the party. So the guy when I was buying the truck, he was literally mind blown. He's like, wait, you make money from YouTube? I'm like, well, I mean, I don't make $100,000 from YouTube, but the whole business, everything combined. It was pretty funny. They were like absolutely mind blown. I was showing them my videos on YouTube and they were like, this is so crazy that you make money doing this. I'm like, yeah, that's what I do. So that was fun. I'm going to do a video later showing the truck though. It's my dream truck. I've always wanted a brand new fucking Raptor. It had 20 miles on it, 2023, top of the line. It's like driving a spaceship. It's so fun. It's almost dangerous because I'm definitely gonna get a speeding ticket because that thing just fucking got the 3.5 fucking EcoBoost twin turbos. I'm gonna order some 37-inch tires, little new bumper for it. I'm working on doing a wrap on it. I'm gonna do a quarter panel and then the front hood wrap and put like some Market Flow Trader branding on it. Market Flow Trader rig, baby. You're gonna be driving around Orlando. They're gonna be like, is that Market Flow Trader? Is that the Market Flow Trader guy? When or after, what conditions could start add my position? I mean, depends on the trade. It's hard to there's no defined rule on when to add to your position. Sometimes you have a good setup, you want to add to it. If it's pulling back, you think it's still valid. Okay, well then you can add to it. Sometimes you add to a winner. I would say that, I don't want to add to losers. That's for sure. Adding to losers, not the best strategy. So. You say you wait for a move to happen. Do you just get in on a pullback or jump in right when you see some quick movement? I mean, we buy breakouts, right? So right now, we know the market's not really moving, but let's say, earlier, I mean, it wasn't beautiful, but like earlier, basically getting this breakout here over that previous candle high, we're jumping in, riding that momentum. People like, here's the issue. People are afraid to buy strength and they're afraid to short weakness. I see so many people do this. They are like, oh, the market's going up, I'm not going to chase it, right? Like the market's, it's pushing up, I'm not going to get in. Oh, the market's going down, I'm not going to short it. So what do they end up doing? They end up not buying this when we start to push up. Instead of buying here, guess what people do? They wait, and then they get in here. Like I know people do that shit because I used to do that shit. I would be like, I'm not going to buy here. I'm not going to buy down at this point, right? Like I'm not going to buy there. No way. No way am I going to buy that. No way. I'm not going to FOMO. I'm not going to FOMO. I'm not going to FOMO. And then right here, FOMO! Like always. And that's just like, people, for some reason, they just get so afraid of buying strength and they get so afraid to short weakness. I'm the opposite. I'm like, hey, if the market wants to go higher, let me get in. I want to get in on that. If the market wants to go lower, let me get in on that, you know? Buy strength, short weakness. Do I still talk to Stephen Kalasian? I haven't talked to Stephen Kalasian in a while. Christian, you said that I look for 45 angle breakouts, but when you zoom in, it looks like a 90-degree zoom out. I mean, yeah, I mean, if I zoom out like that, but this is pretty much where I'm looking. I mean, this is like where I'm at, you know? At the end of the day, you can draw lines however you want, you know? It's like lines, but I mean, it's just, it's the trend, right? I guess, you know, if I really wanted to be like, oh, look at that. There's my trend line, right? Like, oh my God. I'm going to buy this breakout. Well, that might be hard. You're not going to look at a chart like that. You're going to zoom in to a point where you can actually see the candles and then look for your breakout there. And you can see right now, we're just chopping here. There's no breakout. There's no setup. I don't want to trade it. Look, now we're pushing back down. Don't want it. Thoughts on trailing stops? I don't know. I'm not against them, but I don't know, for my type of trading, I would say that, you know, 99% of the time, I'm pretty much hitting my target within, you know, most of my trades don't last more than 5 minutes. It really just comes down to your strategy. If you're trading on the 15-minute chart and you're holding a trade all day long, yeah, use a trailing stop. But if you're like me and you're buying the breakouts, you're getting 20 points, I don't really need a trailing stop on 20 points. You know. You must refer to me as MFT at all times. No more Patrick, just MFT. How do you get overtaken profit early? Just experience, data, back testing. I've been doing this for how long now? What do I know? I know that, you know, my setups, if the market's giving me my setups, the market's moving, I expect a minimum of 10 points. I mean, a minimum. Like, I'm not taking profit before taking 10 points on the NASDAQ. For the ES, I'm expecting a minimum of 5 points. And I know that just from back testing. If I go back and I look at 100 trades, I would say that 90% of those 100 trades, they go up at least 5 points on the ES, 10 points on the NASDAQ. That's why, like, I have full confidence that if I enter a trade and I'm like, hey, okay, like, I have full confidence. But the thing is, you know, you got to think about like this as well. If I see, okay, like, let's say I try to buy this breakout right here. Let's just say I'm like kind of FOMOing and I think it's going to break out. Okay. From the 71s, well, guess what? The VWAP's right there. Like, so if I know the VWAP's right there, terrible little arrow, but if I see the VWAP's right there and I get long right here, you know, if I get long for this breakout and the VWAP's right here, well, I got to be realistic and be like, hey, there's a good chance that we might get stuck at the VWAP. So something to think about there. You know, if you enter a trade right now, the market pushing back up here, still whole. from the 55s up there to the 65s. Now 10 points there on the NASDAQ. But I'd be careful here, my friends. Be careful. Choppy McChoppersons. Did you buy the NASDAQ before open or right at it? I mean, we pretty much bought right when we pushed back above this candle right here. At open there. You can see that first 1 minute candle. It was holding there. And we also, remember on the book map. You guys remember on the book map at open? Do you remember what was on the book map? The ES. The ES had what? Had this 80, I think it was 86 support there. Where is it at? Right at open. We opened up here. Yeah, remember there was that big block of liquidity sitting there at the 85s and the ES was just like not moving below it. We were looking at that book map for the ES and I was like, okay, as long as the ES holds 85s, we're going higher. So again, you know, understanding things like liquidity and seeing that there's 500 contracts at 85. As long as those 500 contracts keep sitting there, I was totally fine being long. If we lost at 85, obviously I'd get out really quickly. So that was, you know, my reason to be long there at open. We talked about it there on the chat. How did I discover the gap fill strategy? What's funny about the gap fill strategy is it literally is a strategy that we used to use all the time with penny stocks, right? All the time with penny stocks, the gap fill, like you would see these penny stocks that would gap overnight. They would gap up like massively, and then they would either like sell off, you know, like a short, or sometimes they would gap down and then they would fill the gap back up. So a lot of my trading that I've learned is what I learned trading penny stocks back in like 2017, 2018. The penny stock market is not the same. 2017, 2018 was nuts. I mean, there were days we had like 10 stocks that would go up 1,000% in one day. So you can see today here, this is your gap, right? So we closed pretty much right here at that 337 level. Well, we opened up and look where we're at. We're at 336. There's still room to push up here on the NASDAQ, QQQ. So we knew that gap was there. We pushed up there 337 so far. There it is. Bro, how can a badass trader like you, bro? It's a lot of bros, bro. It didn't happen overnight, my friend. A lot of work and a lot of effort. This morning, I woke up 6 a.m., went to the gym. I worked out. I do I do stuff that I don't want to do. People think that day trading is just simply like you just show up and just press buttons, but like you have to train for this shit. I'm not saying you got to go out and train for a marathon for trading, but like you got to figure out things in life that are hard outside of trading and make sure that you're doing those things. Because if you don't have discipline outside of trading, you're not going to ever be able to be disciplined as a trader. Like if you can't fucking be disciplined enough to go to the gym every day because you wake up and you're tired and you're a little bitch, well, how do you think you're ever going to be able to fucking cut off a trade or take profit at the right time or do what you have to do, follow the rules? Like you got to get rid of all that little bitch mentality inside of your head. You got to get rid of that voice in your head that's telling you like to hold on to a loser, to not take profit, to be greedy, to not take a trade, whatever it is. Like you got to get rid of that in your head. Everybody has that emotion. Everybody has that feeling. Everyone's scared, right? Every time you put a trade on, you get the scared emotion. There's a fear you're going to lose. I have zero fucking fear that I'm going to win because I know even if I get stopped out, that's still me winning, right? Like if I show up every day, I take my trades, I get stopped out. Even if I have a red day, like today, let's say if I take 3 trades and all 3 trades are losers, but I follow the plan, I enter my setups, I got stopped out, I'm still winning because I'm following my fucking plan. I'm doing what I got to do. But if you just show up and you have no plan and you just go willy wishy-washy and you're just a little bitch, and like that's like, you're never going to be successful no matter what it is, not even in trading, but just in life. Like if you can't put on your big boy pants in the morning and do what you got to do, like how do you expect you're ever going to be a good day trader? You know, like so many people like complain. The other day, some guy was like, oh man, I don't know how you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not a morning person. I mean, nobody's anything. You know what I mean? Like, nobody is anything. You can be exactly what you want to be. I mean, I might not be able to go join the NBA and play basketball, but like, that's not really, you know, what I want to be. But I, you know, like yeah, you know, there's obviously some things in life that you can't be, but if you're truly like, if you really want to do something, you got to just fucking do it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I never had a backup plan. My whole entire life, I've had 0 backup plans. It was literally like, I'm either going to win or I'm going to win. And it's not just with trading, that's with life in general. Like every single thing I've done in life, there was never a plan B. It was like, well, hey, we're going to make it happen. And the funny thing is, like, I've pivoted so many times. Like I was a filmer, I was an editor, and then I saw the writing on the wall and I was like, fuck, like there's not enough money to be rich filming and editing. Right? Like that industry is getting very hard to make money in because everyone's a YouTuber now. Everyone's an influencer. Everyone has a camera on their phone. So I saw that and I was like, well, fuck. The next wave is going to be this whole YouTube thing. That's why I started the YouTube in 2017. I was on YouTube doing this shit long before anybody else. Well, not anyone else. I mean, Clay Trader and Ross Cameron, but like all these guys that claim to be fucking expert day traders today, they all popped up in like 2020. Like, get out of here. Just get out of here. They don't even know what it's like to pay commissions. If you don't know what it's like to pay commissions, I don't want to hear about it. Back in the day, back when I was a young whippersnapper, we used to pay $12 to place a trade. $12. Oh. Dung Do. You want to trade the NASDAQ. What is the instrument name? I don't know if you're trolling me or not. I'm confused. It would be NQF, it would be NQ1 on TradingView, or on Tradeovate, it would be NQM3. But if you don't know what the ticker symbol is for the NASDAQ, yeah. That might be trouble. You might want to put a little bit more effort into it, my friend. Google is your friend. Google is your friend. Look at it. Market just going absolutely sideways right now. I'm happy that I'm not trading this. Do-do-do-do. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, we got 696 likes. We got 1,600 people watching. I still don't understand why people do not want to like. They're like, oh, I thought about liking the video, but then I said, nah, not today. Not today. I'm not going to do it. They're like, they got their finger on the trigger, like, I was thinking about it, but nah, just kidding. Nope, not today. Not getting a like today, Patrick. Nope, too much work. Sorry about you. We still got that 4,200 area there on the ES. And just sitting there right now, 537 contracts. Look at pretty much this wall of liquidity. This is not a good sign. This is a very bad sign. This is when you want to walk away. When you have literally just a wall of liquidity to the upside, a wall of liquidity to the downside. Not good. Because what is that doing? It's just basically the market is now just in the middle of this fighting back and forth. When there's one big block of liquidity to the upside and there's no liquidity to the downside, well, guess what? Well, then you're like, hey, we're going to move up, take out that liquidity. But when there's a big block to the upside, a big block to the downside, nope. Not where I want to be trading at. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want none of that. You hate the ads on the live feed. Well, Bruce, you know, I got to pay for this shit somehow. I don't do this for charity. I don't do this for charity. Sorry about you, Bruce. This is not a nonprofit. AJ, will that remain for the whole day? I mean, it might. Who knows? It's been there all morning. So. Oh man. Well, like I said, this thing is just absolutely going sideways. Absolutely going sideways. So if I was you guys, I would run away. I would run away. If you're trading this right now, I feel bad for you. You got a problem. You have a gambling addiction. You're a degenerate gambler. That's all this is. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally just like, there is no reason to trade this. Zero. Absolutely zero. As I say, it just drops 100 points. Wee! But that's the thing, is like, even if it drops, let's say it goes from here to fucking here, it drops 20, 30 points. Like, it's just, you're not confident in it, right? Like, you're not confident it's going to make the move that you want it to make because the momentum's not there. It's dangerous. It's risky. It's not an easy trade. I like when it's easy. I want to be like, hey, this is going to go to that level. You know, like earlier when we were like, hey, market's going to go to the 870s. NASDAQ's going to the 870s. We saw it. We had a plan. We took a trade. Dang, bang, VWAP, touch. Woo, awesome. And look, pushes right back up there. So again, it's like, I like that easy money. James knows. Watch, just pushes back up to the 50s now. Like, no, thank you. I don't want none of that. And you can see here on the book map, look what's happening. That liquidity is just drawing action up and down here. And look, now we're right back up there in the 90s. No, thank you. This is not easy trading. It looks, in hindsight, you're looking at it like, oh, I could have taken a short there. Oh, I could have done that, but it's always easy in hindsight, trust me. You'll always be a millionaire in hindsight. You'll never lose a trade in hindsight. You will never lose a trade in hindsight. I'll guarantee that. Everybody's fucking the best trader in the world in hindsight. Everybody. Nolan's up $1,280. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely, you could maybe come back afternoon session and see if we finally break out of here, but like I said, tomorrow is going to be the FOMC minutes. I don't expect anything too crazy until then. We know that it's like, we don't have to predict what's going to happen. Like, we know that once those minutes come out, the market will do something, right? The market might go up, it might go down, but it'll do something. As of right now, it's not doing anything. You know, so I have no attachment, no emotion to like, oh man, I have to take a trade. I have to do something here. It just doesn't matter. James, can you speak about the mechanics of liquidity? What makes it go up? What makes it go down versus up at a given moment? I mean, just the buyers and sellers are moving around. The algorithms are moving around. The market makers are moving shit around. You saw how there was like that liquidity right there. So they added that liquidity. Look at how like we basically had this liquidity up here. We pushed up to there. They added this liquidity right here. Well, guess what? We pulled back into this liquidity. We tested it again. They sold into it. I mean, it's just constantly like kind of like ping pong, bouncing around, liquidity. bouncing up, bouncing down. And yeah, I mean, it's just, when you have two major areas of liquidity like that, it's just too much of a battle. The bears and bulls right now. So it's just, this is just nothing but sideways. Until something happens with these areas of liquidity, it's just going to go sideways. There's not enough momentum to get this market moving. The news has to happen. We need something big to happen. And look at the ES. It dropped from 94 back to 92. No, thank you. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I'm staying out of it. So I'm going to go ahead and just walk away, friends. I'm going to leave up the book map for a couple hours for you guys. I'm going to go to lunch with my dad here in Orlando and enjoy the rest of the day. So we made money this morning when it was easy, and now we walk away when it's not. So yeah, if some debt ceiling news comes out, if they approve the debt ceiling, the market will go up fucking 300 points. So we'll see what happens. But right now, I'm not worried about it. The nice thing is, like, no matter what, you know what I mean? Like, no matter what, even if I miss out on a 300 point move, guess what? There'll be another 300 point move to come. It's fucking 10:55. Why would I say till 11, Emmanuel? What is going to happen in the next 5 minutes? What is going to happen in the next 5 minutes? My dad must be proud. I don't know. I don't know what he is. I think he's still confused. The fuck? Try to explain what your son does to people. What does your son do for work? Well, he goes on YouTube and gets mad at people and curses them out and says the F word over and over and then bans people, and then he just looks at charts all day. Pretty much. Yeah. Oh, you know we're going to Chipotle. Come on. Is there any other question where we're going to lunch today? We're going to Chipotle. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Yeah. Hopefully we get some better news. Tomorrow, the debt ceiling or the FOMC minutes is not till 2 o'clock. So, I don't know. I might maybe do like a morning live stream and then come back afternoon for a live stream. We'll see. If the morning is really crappy action, I think that might be the best plan. But I'll be live no matter what at 9 a.m. We'll get the market going, and then we'll see how it is, and then maybe just walk away and come back at 2 o'clock. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll leave the book map open here for the next couple hours on the ES right now, and we'll see what happens with these areas of liquidity. So, Mysterious Eminem just got your ban. Come here, pumping some little penny crap stock. You a little pretty crap stalker. All right. Thanks for you guys tuning in. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, subscribe button, help me out. We'll be live tomorrow morning, and I'll see you guys then. Peace to the Middle East. Let's try to turn this off. Yeah, camera, turn it off. Turn it off.